Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to Painting Discourse. Welcome to my studio. I hope you're doing great today. I am certainly doing great because I'm gonna paint, and that's always a fun thing to do. Again, at the beginning of every stream, I have to put down these disclaimers. First one, please do not watch this video. This is not the video for you to watch. This is not the video that has entertainment purposes whatsoever. Rather, I think the only way how to enjoy this video is to join me and paint alongside with me, because this is the idea of this stream, to kind of connect people, not necessarily with entertainment, but with creative projects that I work on, you work on, and we kind of help each other to move forward throughout, sometimes a difficult time, sometimes it might be even lonely times, and sometimes it just might be that, creative moment of silence, if you wish, for lack of a better word. So please, while I'm going to rant about some random stuff, as I always do, join me with some art supplies of your choice. It could be digital, it could be, a drawing, and like a drawing medium, something like a piece of paper, and just a 2B pencil, the yellow one that all of us know from schools, just something to sketch, to put down the ideas, but it not necessarily needs to be a drawing at the moment. I remember that at the beginning, when I was starting with this journey, I had a hard time to visualize the thoughts in terms of pictures, and I had a not necessarily a hard time to come up with ideas. I had a hard time to put them together visually. So I received a recommendation from one of my friends or masters, you colleagues at this point. I could say that, and they told me, you know what? Just write them down. Just write the idea, put it on the piece of paper, and I was not quite sure why should I write it down if I'm trying to paint a picture with the paint. Isn't this going to take away my time from painting if I have to write something that I don't have a clear idea about, and shouldn't be like counterintuitive or counterproductive if I have to learn how to write these, little bit more complicated sentences and put them into a structure and do a little paper or a little small kind of a short one-page story that my painting should be about. And they told me that writing it down, it's way easier for you only because you practice writing for so long, to the point that it's natural to you. No one actually asks you ever, do you know how to write your name? Do you know how to read? It kind of came up like a standard issue, or standard thing, that it's no issue anymore. That's what I was trying to say. And at least right now in Europe or European Union, where I reside at the moment, and we don't question whether or not do you know how to write, do you know how to read. It's automatic, and it's automatic because we. I studied this. I've been, studying how to write and read till today, because there's still something new that I am experiencing when it comes to writing. But the idea is that you've been doing this since I've been writing and reading since, I don't know, like since I was 7 or 8. Like, it's, I'm not saying that, you could probably write your name when you were 4. That's okay. That's not what I'm talking about. But, kind of read and write with a proficiency. It was probably around 8 or 7. I don't think that I was that skillful in terms of a drawing or playing a musical instrument or I don't know, the running track and field. But for some reason we prioritize in the school, not for some reason, for actual important reason, we prioritize reading and writing because that's how we discover and share the information and the knowledge and how we pass it to another generations. So they explained to me that, well, when you're going to write, that problem with you not being able to handle the tools, like let's say drawing or with a pencil or charcoal or I don't know, ink, is not going to be the problem because you already know how to write and read. So the technical element there, it's not an issue anymore. The only issue that you have right now is to put together your thoughts to the point that you be able to read it back to yourself and it would make sense. And that's what they were trying to explain to me, is that, and that's something that the painting discourse is about, that if you are not able to write it down and it makes sense as a coherent idea, with the enormous amount of experience that you have with writing and reading off the bat, because since you were a child, you've been working on it, there is a really big probability that you won't be able to draw it as well at this stage. So this is something that became a practice of mine, that every idea that I have to write it down. Right now, it's not necessarily that I have to, write it down because the reason why I'm writing it down right now slightly changed, and it's mostly because there's plenty of ideas, there's plenty of things that I don't remember and I keep forgetting. So I have to write the certain things, and I tend to write it the way that, oh, I would like to, talk about this story, and I want it to be cadmium red, right? So this is when you look at my notes, and if you were able to look at my notes, you would probably see something like this. I kind of developed that mixture between writing and thinking about the pain while I write. These ideas for composition, and this is something that really helped me to transition from some tool which is writing and reading that I am proficient in, to like it morphed slightly towards the tools like a painting. And I really struggled with this idea. I remember at the beginning it was really counterintuitive for me, and then I entered the class or attend a class. It was mandatory, so I had no choice on writing. And it was crazy. I didn't understand, why do I have to be here? Plus, being a foreigner and using English as my third or second language was really, I didn't feel comfortable. And not feeling comfortable with using tools that are not proficient at, they were instantly preventing me of trying something new, which was writing in English. And I felt really incapable to move from one word to another before I open the dictionary and start checking if this is the right word and it means exactly what I want to, and it's spelled properly. And this stopped me from that creative kind of a, we have that kind of a creative thought, and you start writing or thinking about it, and the thought goes, almost to the point that you're not able to write as fast as you would like to. And my teacher of the writing class or the writing seminar, or writing lecture, or whatever you want to call it, at the university level. So I guess it will be lectures, these writing lectures, we always start them. And it was she. I remember I told her, I don't want to be here. I don't feel comfortable. English is my second language, and I have a hard time to describe certain things in my mother tongue, in my native language. How am I going to do these complicated, how am I going to navigate through these complicated thoughts that I am trying to develop on the canvas if I don't know how to write properly? And she told me that this is okay, that's fine. I'm not going to grade you on your spelling. I'm not going to grade you on the perfect usage of the words. I don't care about that. What we're going to do, we're going to start every one of these sessions or lessons or lectures with 5 minutes. You enter the class, you sit down, and you're just going to start write random things as much as you can within the 5 to 10 minutes, and then we stop, and that's it. We're not going to go back to it. It's just going to be some like a quick kind of warm-up. And she told me, like, don't you do this, don't you do the same thing when you paint or when you go to a drawing? You have these quick sketches to warm up your hands, to warm up your thoughts, to get your body understand that, oh, right now that's the, we're in the business of painting, we're business of drawing, so get ready for it. And same goes for piano players. They just don't sit down behind the piano and start, bashing Rachmaninoff. Maybe some of you, I certainly can't. So they have these warm-ups. This goes same for us. This goes not only for drawing, it goes for composition, it goes for design, it goes for any other things. So maybe if you feel that you are, kind of lacking the kind of inspiration, or you feel stuck, which happens to me, which happens to everybody, because you can't just wake up, come to studio at 8 a.m. and be, oh, this is the creative start, is 8 a.m. Okay, my creativity starts right now, boom, and you're creative. That doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, I wish it does. Maybe, no, I don't. I like it this way, because you have to be aware. You have to open your mind, open your eyes, listen to everything that is around you on another level in order to kind of, be able to perceive that information that's going towards you. And I think that, I'm talking about this because there are problems that we have when it comes to composition. There are problems that we have when it comes to painting. And these are all solvable, but they start with that, clear thought that what you want to communicate. It's really difficult for me to compose something that I do not understand myself. That being said, I have to explore, I have to push myself, I talked about this a lot. So these like little, notes or sketches and little crazy ideas that I have that no one should ever see, and I'm not showing it to anybody. You shouldn't feel ashamed of these things in front of yourself, because they are part of you. You don't need to really show it to anybody. I think that a great example is that Michelangelo's story, when before he died, he told to his pupils that everything that he draw, everything that it's not on the display, that he actually displayed it, has to be destroyed, because imperfection in his work and seeing his sketches, that are being, I wanted to say they're being sold for millions, but I don't think that anything of these things, it's for sale at the moment, on sale at this moment. His pupils decided to go against his will, and they cherished it, and they found interest into this imperfection, because it was kind of halfway through between, Michelangelo, the greatest, and actual human being that struggled with, developing these ideas and sketches. It's not like, he looked at the marble. Well, I like to think that he did, but for the sake of this argument, he had to practice, he had to work on these small sketches and advance and correcting, and he's known for being thrown away from the studio of his master, because he corrected master's sketches because he thought that they were dull and they were not composed correctly. So that's that's something that I wanted to start with on that, that kind of a positive note about that's okay if at this particular moment you don't have the perfect idea, that's fine. These ideas are around you, and in terms of Rick Rubin's a book that I really like and I recommend you to read on creativity. He talks about these antennas that we work as an antenna, and the creativity is around us, and we should be ready for it when it's being broadcasted, right? Because it's broadcasted all the time. It's just sometimes you're not picking up the exact frequency that is being broadcast at. But I don't want to butcher his ideas with my silly inputs there, so I would recommend you to perhaps read that book that Rick Rubin wrote. I think it's called Act of Creativity. I don't remember, I'm not sure the exact name, but it's a quite popular book, so you shouldn't have a problem to find it. And the other thing is when I have that kind of a creative block, and I have a kind of a problem or trouble to find out or figure it out what to do, I always have, there's always Caravaggio, Rembrandt, Velázquez, Titian, Ilya Repin, Serif. I can, continue with this list forever, but you know what to do. Just you look at the work of a great masters. Take a break from painting, take a break from drawing, and maybe go out and check out the museum and just be present in that moment. Look at the pictures. Try to understand why they were made, and why do you want to make your own work. That's something that always helps me when I work here. I'm asking every day, why do I come here, and why am I trying to do this? It's just why. That's just a form of communicating. I want to make sure that I can, that I will get to the point where I'm able to describe certain thoughts and ideas then otherwise I'm not able to through any other media that I have here, whether it's photography or a film or writing a book. I'm not really that good in any of these, but for some reason I rely on on vision so much that the visual imagery and visual representation, it's kind of a closer to me, and it's easier for me to understand what's happening there for some reason. I don't know what's the reason, but that's what it is. So yeah, I don't want to really talk a lot about about these philosophies of mine, just because again I don't want to bore you to death with some unfinished thoughts of mine. So yeah, let me see what we have in plan today. Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I was reading your comments for a second, so I kind of got distracted. And yeah, when you think about that from that point of view of really, you've been reading and writing for so long that you don't even understand how marvelous that idea is, that you can actually communicate what you feel through the paper and the words. It's just, it's remarkable to think about it. I think it's one of the biggest achievements that we have. I'm sorry, there's a construction going on next, and they're just, again, cutting something with, I don't know what they're doing. It seems like they're only cutting. I have no idea what's happening. I thought that they might, lay some bricks or something. No, they're only cutting always something. I don't know what that is. It seems like I don't know, it's like a cutting manufacturers there. So I'm sorry, I apologize. It's extremely distractive when I'm trying to talk and think, and someone is just using a saw next to you, next to your brain, or actually next door. So yeah, what I was saying and what I was trying to say is that I really marvel at certain things that we achieved, and reading and writing is one of them. I mean, it's just when you think about it, it's really a remarkable thing that we are able to do this. So just jumping in, and they're just so noisy. I hope that the audio it's not being it's not being destroyed that much or influenced of those noises. Well, I'm reading a comment right now. I'm going to read it out loud. I think I got stuck in creative block because I'm trying to do more than just studying, copying now, and be more creative for oil painting, that is. Do you see the difference between oil painting and digital painting? Because I don't. Do you feel the need to change the process? And you know what? While I'm, brought this, or while you gather your thoughts and write down, I'm just going to set up myself. I'm kind of disorganized a little bit. I started to talk about creativity and I lost it. Okay, so you are adding to this, yes, and be more careful, because with digital it doesn't cost to make mistakes. To me, digital is cheap. Is it though? Is it? Because when you think about it, it's still 1 minute of painting in your life. It's the same as 1 minute of painting digitally. That's the real cost of what you're doing. I don't think that the money is the issue, or it should be. And when you really start thinking about that 1 minute of painting, it's the same as 1 minute of digital artwork. Because I could think about it from a different perspective. I'm not as good as digital painting, so every hour that I spend to draw digitally, it's costing me way much more money than one hour of painting with oils. And here is the thing: you don't need to paint with oils. You can get familiar with the grayscales, and you can use tempera paints, right? So you can work with tempera, which is way cheaper. Or again, you can use dirt cheap pigments. And I am pretty sure that 1 kilowatt of electricity also costs something. I'm not saying that your computer it's burning 1 kilowatt hour per second. Well, doesn't even work. 1 kilowatt hour per second. That's just me showing you how stupid I am when it comes to these when I'm trying to be smart for a second. So it is this. Actually, at the end, this is probably a entertaining stream. So I might have been mistaken about me, about this not being a fun thing to watch. Perhaps it is. See, well then you are just, this is something that happens to me all the time, that I'm trying to solve problems, or give myself answers to questions that I misidentified. And I really think that for me, everything that I'm doing, every minute that let's say that I'm reading a book on Vermeer right now, I look at that from a point of view that it's actually it's taking your time away from painting, but the knowledge and insight about painting that you gain, I think it's tremendously valuable. Like I said, I have some projects, some NDA projects that I cannot talk about, but I can say that I'm working a lot in Blender right now, and thinking about that, I have to come to studio earlier and 2 hours watch and read enormous amount of stuff about Blender that not necessarily I don't care, I do care about it, but these 2 hours is taken away from my painting hours. But then I need these 2 hours because of the project that I'm working on. And my ultimate goal is not to be a 3D rigger slash modeling slash renderer. My goal is to be a painter. However, understanding and seeing how things can be improved and moved and changed, and just that kind of a physical feel of building, and then turning into a .stl file, which can go into a 3D printers, and then seeing it just, how it, well, there's 2 types of printer, as I didn't know that, but the one is just, kind of, it's just picking up from the resin. It's just ridiculous to look at it, like who came up with this stuff that is just, it's like from another level. And, I can't really think about that as it's a wasting of time, because it's actually adding to overall knowledge, and you never know when you're gonna have like this. I could take these and I could create a complicated scene in the Blender, and I can put an environments there, I can lit it up, and everything that I have to actually drain from the memory and takes me enormous amount of time, I could just throw into a Blender, and maybe I would find something that it's missing. So I am not really looking at this of wasting of time. If anything, that's an investment that you are not sure it's going to pay off right now, but maybe in 5 years. Well, trust me, in 5 years it's going to pay out a lot, and especially in this day and age of artificial intelligence, when a lot of things for me can do simply AI prompt, which is borderline unbelievable for me. So really don't how would I even put this? You don't really need to be you shouldn't pollute your thoughts with the fact that, oh, I have to be better, quicker, because I'm losing money not being able to paint this and that. I think that's extremely counterproductive, and I think that this is and I think that this is the reason why I like to do these streams so much, so we don't need to be alone in this really desperate kind of because I know the feeling. I had this feeling last week. I know exactly how you feel. So there's something. There is something in it. This is why the painting discourse, and this is why the, let's say, bed painting Fridays are so important for me. It's just bed painting Friday. It's a moment where I can unwind, when I can just sit and not being judged, when I can just, I'm trying to think and read your comments simultaneously, so just give me a second. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so glad that you find this a little bit inspirational, because trust me, being here inspires me to continue and work um, on my project. And you do not talk too much at all. It's just it's me not being able to, at the end I'm a male. I can't do two things simultaneously. It's just, it doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. I can't. I tried, but I failed miserably multiple times. So yeah. And by the way, you won't believe, yesterday I didn't even know what the so this is going to be disclaimer for some of you that joined to this stream yesterday. There was a raiding party of, I think, 20 people. I'm sorry I'm sorry for those 20 people that I bore them to death. They did not expect they don't expected what's going to be happening in this stream. They just saw a picture and they just, okay, let's rate this. So I apologize to that, but yeah, this is what it is. This is a real atelier place that we deal with this painting discourse, and we're trying to support each other. So that's what happened yesterday. I was so surprised, and I didn't even know what the rate is. I had to Google it right after it happens, because I saw just a spike in viewers. So yeah, you're not talking too much at all. You're actually the key member of this. Yeah, you were there when it happened. Okay, I just didn't know what's happening. So Okay, so it's just this is awesome. I really like this a lot, because it just makes me feel a little bit more alive, a little bit more present. So I thank you guys, the ones that joined that raid and have been here. And then also, in one breath, I want to apologize for, this is a little bit more about, going into these depths of painting, that, it kind of breaking that illusion of, being a cool painter. And it's more about, okay, well, I have to paint. I thought that I'm just going to look at it and and it's done. Well, no, it's not that. Unfortunately, I wish I could give you some, cool, Joe Pro kind of a demonstration. I think this is I stole this idea from from Vincent Desiderio. He in one of his lectures, or not in one, in multiple lectures, he's always refers to Joe Pro, the painter that comes and just do these beautiful demonstrations and portraits and whatnot. So this is not that stream. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Okay, enough of me projecting my own problems. Onto you, and let's just project all my problems onto this painting, because you know what? That's something that always been honest to me. And not this paint, all of my paintings, they always for some reason, they always tell the truth, whether it's just about proportions or compositions or tone, color, hue, saturation, texture, paint application. Yeah. So I want to actually continue working on a I have 2 gloves today. Yes, it's a serious business. Yes, I'm just gonna pedal to the metal and let's lock in and just, you know, I want to do something, you know. And I know what I have to do. I have to correct the shoulder and arm, both arms actually. But this one is still wet from yesterday. Yeah, so I don't think I will be able to work here. And I can see how much texture do I have here because I was too abrupt, and you know, I felt like, oh, I lock it. I know what I have to do. This is how it has to look. And I was mistaken. Yeah, but you know what? Remember, yesterday I said that I should probably push this a little bit into a background, so it kind of recedes into a background, and then I'll push this forward a little bit. So I'm going to start. I might address that today a little bit, and then something that bothers me most, probably at this point, is this. This area right here. It's just same. It's just too it's not supposed to be interesting, so you would go there and look into that, but it's just so boring to look at there. It's not only boring, it's just dull. It's really dull. Well, at least the head is the right size right now. So yeah, maybe I might continue working on and developing that portrait here, perhaps, and or I just could leave it. Maybe I should work on the clothes. Yeah, and you see, I started to correct the arm a little bit because I think the problem is here in the arm. So it doesn't look right to me right now at this moment. For some reason, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. I think the position is wrong. Not the position. I think that I have to show a little bit of this area right here. It almost feels like a better anatomy would help. Yeah, so let's look at that problem. Let's see if I have some references, and if not, I'll probably have to grab a mirror and start working with the mirror. You know what? maybe I should start from the neck. Go down right here. Push this a little lower. Yep. I'm assessing the situation right now, and I said that I'm just going to jump into a. This is so strange when I'm looking at this from this point of. I think, yeah. Because there's still something wrong with the head. I don't know if you can see it. I can see it. And it's something really, really, like it's a weird feeling of, from some angles the head looks okay, and from some angles it doesn't. And by angles, I don't necessarily mean that, you know, I'm looking from left and right. I mean from that mirror reflection. And I don't know why. What is the... Could it be that I tilted it a little bit? Did I? Oh man. Yeah, I did. I did. But when it comes to a size, I think it's a proper size. I mean, I know that it feels weird and wrong, and I think it's because of that. I truly, truly believe that it's because of that, the cloth, the fabric. This is weird. Okay, so let's think about the cloth and fabric. And I'm looking at my sketch. Okay, so that could work. Okay, that could possibly work. Yeah, and I see that I have a slightly different position for the hands right here. Could that be the problem? I don't know. I do not know. Okay, so let's ask Rembrandt what is happening here. Oh wow. looking right now at the famous painting of his, the anatomy lesson. I mean, well, the reason why I'm looking this picture particularly because I remembered that there are different expressions on the faces. And some of them look interested, some of them are concerned, some of them are scared, some of them are bored. And it really, and when you think about the Rembrandt, it's almost like it was not painted by him. Well, obviously it was, but you know what I mean when we compare it with some of his late work, the work that he's most praised for. Huh. Yeah, maybe that's what I should. Maybe that's what I should get back to. Lock down the portrait, since it's the important part. And I won't be able to lock down the portrait unless I paint the cloth. Which is annoying to paint for me, because I don't know how to do it. So it resembles or it reflects the different types of fabric. I don't know what would be the way. Okay, well, see, this is awesome. This is awesome. You tried to zoom in your in your notebook. That's just that's what it is. That's why it's so cool to work with mixed media. Okay, so let me follow your lead and perhaps, yeah, paint this a little better. So I have a zygomatic arc, and underneath beard would be a jawline, the, you know, the angle of jaw, of course. And then from behind the ear, I would have that lovely muscle that attaches to a clavicle when I'm looking at my anatomy here. But yeah. And maybe I should push his beard all the way from here. Let's try that. I'm just trying to get a little bit more of the emotion from him. So maybe I would push this just a little darker, slightly warmer. Yeah, let's get into it. So yeah, I think that might help. So you were able to write a quick story. That's awesome. Maybe instead of making this light, I'll just push it dark. Right here. I'll do a little bit more because his face is a little too smooth. I think I made him a little too much. I'm looking at the Rembrandt portraits and I think I made him a little too. But then, you know, when he paints himself, I mean, when Rembrandt does these self-portraits or auto-portraits, he's not really pushing that much. Well, maybe he does. It depends. It depends how he felt that day. And interesting, I'm pushing it slightly warmer and he's hitting it cooler. Interesting. So let's see if I can cool it down a little bit as well. And I promise you to, you know, lean into the green a little bit. So let's see. That might be too light, but that's okay. And it isn't because it's a different temperature. Just a little bit, that kind of a area around the nose and where that fold right here lies. Yep, and that will give me a chance to maybe push this little lighter. And I want this cool as well, so I'm just going to use this kind of a pinkish, maybe a little bit more of that English red. Flare the nostrils a little bit so they're a little bit more visible. Okay, that might work. And then push that nose a little bit. So I'm also, creating a little bit more of that, three-dimensional feel to it, and trying to, because I feel that it's a little warmer. That's awesome that writing helps, or helped rather. Because, like I said, it's something that we are really familiar with. And maybe I could push it. Maybe I could push it here a little bit more. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. We're getting somewhere. Let's do this. And then this be the place. Maybe even slightly more here. I'm right now bringing these slightly cooler notes into this painting because it felt slightly weird, like the orangey, a little too orangey, and I need to have that forehead a little lighter, a little more. And I think that the Bed Painting Friday helped a lot. Just a touch of the green. Just to slightly neutralize that. Yep. Oh, but this is just, few touches. It looks immediately way better. And what if I bring a little lighter value right here? Where the eye is. Just to bring a little bit more attention there. Okay, and let's, yeah, okay, cool. brush for this. I need these weird brushes, kind of a damaged old ones, to get the texture that I'm looking for. And I need a little bit of that remember we talked about that that medium, which is oil with just a touch more of this, and nice, and just a little bit of that green. A little bit of that medium. Okay. Oof, this is just beautiful. And I just hit it over that forehead there to create a little bit more. You know, when you think about like these protrusions right here, it's like bumps on the skull to give him, because right now I really have to work with everything that I have when it comes to when it comes to painting volume, because I'm looking, you know, directly at him. So I don't have a 3/4, I don't have something to, you know, to latch on. It's not necessarily that I need that much, but, you know, there's... He just looked too, one-dimensional, flat. And the dark. So I'm just going to light him up a little bit. With this. Because I want that beautiful fall of the light from the forehead all the way down. Then we have a nose there. And maybe I should make him a little like... I'm looking at these references that I have here, and it used to be like a little... like a small little fold. Sometimes. And then there is a little lighter area right here where the eye is. It kind of frames that. Oops. Helps that shadow a little bit. So again, I'm just working on that portrait because, like I said, I think that's the important. That's the piece, or that's the part of the painting that is. A little bit. Yeah, everything was too too rounded, too smoother than I probably wanted to. And like you said, if I want to make him a little bit more like a rougher, I have to work with it a little bit more. And then let me maybe because even the beard, I gave him that kind of a beard that I am familiar with, and that's just like the thin one, because I don't have a proper full beard. But Balkans, or from down south, from Istanbul, they have these like a thicker beards. Right, so it feels it has a nice kind of a volume. Maybe I'll break the hair and I'll push it here a little bit more. So I'll just continue that swoop. And this is something that, when it comes to hair, sculptors, definitely sculptors, they're just so good with understanding volume of the hair. For some reason. Maybe I need a little bit more. Yeah, maybe I need a little bit more here. To push it. Yep, perhaps. And then maybe I could go a little darker, a little warmer, to push that shadow that I need right here where the eye is. Yep, to smoothen that a little bit. And then connect it here. All I'm doing right now is just creating volume on that portrait. And again, the reason why I'm doing it, because it was kind of, you could tell that it's a portrait, but it was two-dimensional. It was really like I don't even know how to describe it. It was too, what would be the word? Generic? Not even that. It was not volumetric. It looks okay, but it didn't feel right to me. For some reason, it was just missing a little bit more form. Like I don't know, like a sharper, lines. And then maybe I could put a mouth into a shadow, and just maybe, since this is like a pure profile, push that center line even more. I think that would help. You know what I mean? Like since this is because when you work on let's say on 3/4 view, like this, this head is tilted a little bit more this way. So I have a clear edge. You can see with Rembrandt, he's always trying to do just a slight 3/4, very difficult to do convincingly and accurately, but just the slightest 3/4 on some of his portraits, right? And they give him, when you think about it as a, from a point of view as a cube, it gives him the edge, so he can just flare things away from, like slowly feather things away from a center. Looking at this directly at me, it's kind of challenging and annoying because you don't have that edge to work with. So if I push the center line, maybe that will help with that overall feeling of him looking a little bit more human. Or not human, he looks human, but a little bit more volumetric. So I can push this. I'm thinking I can make this could go higher up right here, so. Just go right here. Yeah. Yep. So imagine like I'm adding extra extra volume to the painting. I don't even know how to describe it. And maybe his beard really starts from the nose and it kind of curves down here. And then I could make a little, like a darker value here instead of lighter. So I'll just, it kind of, it shows that, yeah, and slightly lighter on the top. So let me mix a little lighter value here. Right, so we would start right here, that would be lighter here. Lighter here on the top. Right, so I'll create that, the cast shadow from the beard. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. You should, well, here's the thing, that, that idea of, having us paint alongside, I wouldn't talk about it unless you would brought up at the beginning that you feel like you don't know what to paint. I think it's a team effort. So it's again, it's on you. It's not on me. It's on you. You did it. So you should be happy about that. It was. You would have figured it out eventually on your own. And that's actually that's something that, when you think about it, that's something that we all kind of think about when it comes to that kind of a creative block that, it starts that I don't know what to do. Don't force it. Don't force it. Just, I think that it's easier to let it slowly come to you, because it's just, it always felt wrong for some reason when I was trying to come up with some ideas. With the forcing way, and changing a medium, changing a tool that you are using, it's a number one thing to do for me these days if I don't know what to do. Maybe I could tilt his head a little lower, perhaps. What do you think? Maybe that could help. And again, this is all going to be in the shadow. This is going to be in the shadow. This could be in the shadow. I could push the nose a little lower then. Right, this way. Yeah. So maybe slight tilt of the head, so I can show a little bit more light on his face. Let me see if this will work. Might. It actually might. So I could push this right here. And then nose. Perhaps I could push it a little lighter here. Now let's bring the yellow ochre because it's time for yellow ochre. Darker. And this is what was needed. And bring it all the way up here. Okay. All right. Because the nose was kind of cramped there, and I wasn't sure what's happening with it, and it kind of felt like it doesn't have a side plane. Yep, now he does. Okay. Yep, a little better. And then perhaps I should bring the value a little darker. So let's do a little. Really saturated dark value. So I can work with the beard, create, yep, okay, cool, and create like that cast shadow that would appear underneath the kind of a thick beard. Yeah. It would have taken you a month. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Trust me, it wouldn't. Oof, this is really more like a corner of an eye pigment. So let's put it there. Right, and then maybe even here on this side, I'm kind of missing it here. Just a little bit of that corner of the eye, and then maybe right here as well. Like the bottom lip to just kind of open his eyes a little bit more. Or not open them, make them a little bit more volumetric, right? So I'm adding a little bit of that, I want to show a little bit more of that bottom plane of a top eyelid. Because again, I want to give him a little bit more volume. And maybe this. I push it this little darker, so we just kind of go into a, yeah. But these are really small adjustments. I'm really kind of it's more like I'm trying to create, when you look at a skull, I don't know if you can see it from the distance, you probably won't. So let me just check this out on the skull, right? So when we talk about the portraits, okay, yeah, you can, this is really weird. So this is what I'm working on right now. So I want to push this more inside and show that there is a, this is something that we call glabella. So it has a top plane, it has a front plane, and it has a bottom plane. This ridge is not really that visible because there is an eyebrow right here. Oh, you can't see it, man. Because there is an eyebrow right here, but this is really lit from the top a lot. So I'm working on this area right here, right now, of the eye, this bony part. So that's something that you want to really look for when you paint portraits, and especially this kind of weird setup that I put myself, or not setup, the kind of a straight. He's looking directly at me, not to me, directly at me, and it's really difficult to create all these. Well, there's multiple problems that I have right now. First of all, that I still want him to be looking at you, or your general direction, rather, as a viewer. And I also want him to be kind of, being that focal point of a composition. And I also want him to have a character. And on top of that, I want him to, all these things. And this is what I was talking about when you paint and you are in that, kind of a state of painting. And maybe what if I push it this way, the hair? What instead of wrapping around here, I'll push it the other direction. Would that break the composition? or is it just me, again, overthinking the symbol? And then I'll push this way. So it could be kind of, it's going straight out of his head this way. And it's kind of, you know, pushing it into the background. So it's kind of that, I don't want to say sleazy kind of a head, but a little more what I'm looking for. Instead of having just a, you know, like a harsh edge there, I want a softer edge, so it slowly dissolves into a background, because I want to work in that atmospheric perspective. Atmospheric perspective, I mean that, you know, the idea that this is the top, you know, I'm looking this way, so the light is being reflected directly towards me. This is the actually nose is the closest thing, right? And then probably the second one is going to be this little triangle that it's right here above the eye, and then it's going to be that bulge on your forehead. And as it curves back, it kind of recedes into a background. So having the really harsh line where the hairline is kind of breaks that, and you can see it in the Rembrandt's painting that he's really playing like these soft transitions. Usually he puts a little bit of shadow there, right? So instead of reading this as a halftone, he just throws the shadow, but he creates that kind of penumbra effect, like from a multiple, like you see it from the multiple, like you're looking at it and there are multiple light sources going into the forehead, because that's what's happening with actually even the two windows that I have right here when I work on my you know, bed painting Friday paintings. I have that penumbra effect, which means that I have like a feeling of 2 or 3 cast shadows, but the only one is the shadow, because you can cast the shadow over the shadow. That means that parts of the cast shadow are being illuminated, whether it's another window or another light source. So Rembrandt is doing the similar thing. Instead of just making a harsh kind of a cut with the cast shadow that is really abrupt and this sudden change of light and dark, it could bring a lot of attention. Even though I would see it there, I have to soften it because I want the most attention into the eyes. And if I bring the side of the head, which is all right here, when you're looking at, you know, when you're looking at me from the profile right now, I believe. So if I bring the side of the hair to attention as close as, let's say, the eyebrow, which is close to me, or the nose, then I'm flattening the image because I'm bringing this a little bit more forward. So I have to slowly kind of wrap around and dissolve it there. And it might look that you are, oh, I create a line there, so I kind of made the separation. But if you draw the line between the hair and the face and the skin on the side of the beard, which is recedes into, on the side of the head, which recede into a background, you're just going to flatten your image. And I think that's what was happening. That's why he was not kind of feeling rounded enough. And then again, even softer when it dissolves into background as a hair, because if I again created that kind of a cutout of a hair around his head, I would disconnect it from the background and it wouldn't feel that it recede into a background plane. It's really, it's more like a visual thing, and it's really hard to describe. You have to experience it while you're painting in order to truly appreciate it. And if you really want to see master do it, check out Vermeer. I mean, he would blow your socks off when you look at what he's doing. It's just one blur that when you step back kind of puts itself together in the beautiful symphony of tones and values and hues. So I'm slowly creating these these hierarchies, and I have to do them. Like I said, the nose is the closest to me, right? But I don't want your attention on the nose, I want your attention to the eyes. So I'm pushing eyes a little harder than the nose, because automatically we're going to read, or we know the nose it's forward. So pushing this darker, I'm not sure right now, might be counterproductive, but let's see it. Let's see what's going to happen, because I'm kind of interested in how it's going to, play together. But definitely, I'm not going to push like a dark shadow in the ears, because that would again break that. It would bring it forward to your attention, so it would break that idea of a volume. Yeah, you were actually putting it to you were giving me tips that I'm going to steal from you with these ideas. It might help to keep eyes going, because sharp edge kind of stop you right there, and you're absolutely right. So imagine that, I want you to go from here slowly into a distance, because you want to pick up looking at this guy, but I'll give you a harsh line right here to stop you from going there. Actually, that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to stop you to go from out of my canvas by placing something that is, again, pushing forward. That means it's bringing you back to a painting. And you can see this sometimes, like the ideal, it's some painters like to put something really red, in on the side, because red, for some reason, we're associated with the stop sign. So you're not going to go there. It's stop. I have to go back. It's weird, but I saw it in the paintings, and when you see it, you cannot unsee it. And when you look on, let's say, when you look on Vermeer, so he's putting that. Sometimes he has the fabrics around for no apparent reason. Why do you have a carpet draping from the top? Because he wants you to stay in that flow and in that motion. It's weird, but when you start thinking about the fabrics or angels, why the angel is curving this way, in the corner like so? Well, because he's trying to, the author or painter or the person that composed it is trying to stop you from leaving that picture. It's really, it's kind of you thinking about that from point of view, or actually you are not thinking about it as a viewer. And that's what I'm trying to do here as well. I'm trying to visually trick you from not leaving the painting. And then also I'm trying to visually trick you to go into the depth into that z-axis, right? Remember I was talking about that I have I have an x and y axis, and then axes. Okay, I don't know the plural of that. I have axis y, axis x, and axis z that goes into depth. For those of you who work with 3D softwares, you guys know what I'm talking about. So I want you to go all the way. I want you to go visually into a painting. Oh, actually, that's not, well, here's the thing. Open, you're talking about the red as a sky. It's actually very common if you think about paintings from that Romanticism era. I think Goya did some of these, like a dark kind of like framings of his paintings. Or you don't even need to go that far. You can go to, let's say, Tiepolo, or like these post-Baroque, more like Rococo painters, which they were embellishing in all these ornaments. So they were throwing fabrics left and right and curve them and move them around. That was just at one point it was too much of it. But that's just like that visual trickery that we used to do. But you have to be careful, because then there are cultures like, let's say, Japanese, for instance, they don't have the reading order from left to right. They have it from, if I'm not mistaken, from right to left, from top to bottom. So they're looking and examining things from the other side. And you can see that their compositions are different. That's why I believe in like that late 19th century, the Japanese culture was so influential for painters. And then also, early 20th century, it was just a boom with these ideas of, I think it was even sooner perhaps. I don't want to get my dates wrong here, and you should check this information. It was just a really, really boom with these Japanese prints and their kind of a different style of organizing things. It was more like we use a linear perspective and we use atmospheric perspective, and they use something that I would describe as, what is it, like an orthographic perspective perhaps? That it is perspective, but kind of a more like that early attempt of creating perspective. So think about these ideas there when you're composing right now or sketching. Yeah, you were, and it's just, and here's the thing, since like that, old European culture has such a huge influence, and then English language and the internet, even the Japanese people are, or Chinese, or even, Arabic countries, they are used to right now read, or they're able to read from left to right. I don't know how much this is actually true, and these are more like a myths about reading orders and from looking from left and right. But I have to say that if I want to compose something, I really think about these things, not like in terms that I have to do it that way, but it's a good start, and then I can always get rid of it. But I think that if you took this away, suddenly, like why is this here? Like, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. It would be just another shape that doesn't really belong there. I think it works. I think it works in terms of something that's supposed to stop you. Plus, I tried to also position it the way that when you hit it, it kind of, if you would throw the ball into it, it's under that angle that would probably bounce back towards you. Plus, I needed something. You remember I talked about the unity and the variety. So I have a, excuse me, I have a portrait, and portrait. So I have two portraits that they are actually icons, and two portraits that actually supposed to be living figures, even though they are also portraits on the two-dimensional surface, right? So I have that unity within the variety and variety within the unity, because what? These are 1, 2, 3, 4 portraits. And they create the kind of a nice curve that continues. And I'm thinking about that you're continuing with the hand, right? So it's just kind of, you have that motion of trying to go back to a painting instead of going out of a painting. So these are this kind of a compositional, visual, kind of a implied lines. You remember I talked about the implied lines that from here to here, my eye just goes straight. It doesn't need any explanation. But if I put some other things into it, suddenly brain has to, explore these other areas. It's just something that our brain does naturally. It's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily work all the time. And I don't even think that it works in the real life that way, that much. But we have a static image. And I'm trying to show you in this static image the different position for the legs, right? Not because they are, because I could put them all, with the same position for the hands. but it would be boring. This is more like, I think, who was it that, Mybridge? The guy, the first time that photographed that sequence of a horse, how a horse is running. And I think the story goes, if I'm not mistaken, that it was a bet. Whether or not when the horses are running, if they have all hoofs in the air at one point, or if it still attaches at least one. Just, the premise was, are horses actually jumping, ergo flying through there, or they're kind of walking, so because they couldn't see it because they're moving so fast, they were never sure if this happening. And then photograph that, I think it was my bridge. You should double check me on that. So it's like a sequence. I'm trying to create a sequence of the motion. So first step, second step, third step, right? So I'm kind of visually trying to give you that idea that they are moving. Not necessarily you see them moving, but you see every one of those people in a different position. And somehow I'm trying to force your brain to connect these images into one motion. And these are, there's kind of a, more into that psychology, because I kind of feel that psychology and philosophy is a big part of a painting. And you can take this into consideration, you can use this, or you have another option, you can just trick your eye, or you can get rid of it if you don't want to. So these are these little adjustments to your composition. It's more like you're tweaking it to make it better in terms of the kind of a visual representation of, for me, I was talking about the movement, so that's a visual representation of the movement. So yeah, I'm trailing off on the philosophy, so I apologize for that. It's just sometimes I can't help myself. This a little darker, a little sharper. But I really want it to be a soft kind of a transition. So I'm painting see, this is and that's why I like to paint, I paint a little bit more in there, so it's, so it's wet and wet, so I can make little softer transitions. And it's, again, it's not like a rule, it's just the experience that I have with this particular thing, with painting. You can always make a soft edge, but when you are trying to, but again, there are different techniques that you can use to make a softer edge. I found with these small tight spaces, wet and wet technique probably the most. The one that I prefer. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry. The one that I prefer. And then perhaps I can make this like a softer transition here as well. And then maybe make it a little harder here. So that's where because this is a bone, and then there is a muscle that goes right there. So it switches from not abruptly, but it's kind of tucks it in, the bone. And again, this is the, just a second, so I have my fingers dirty. I'm going to make him dirty. My best model. So what I'm talking about is that so the bone is tucking in here, and the muscle goes right here. So there is another kind of a triangular shape that you can explore to create a little bit more of. Because I have a muscle that goes here, right? So it goes this way, there is a step, and it goes in again, and then the step and again. So I'm going to create that little bit of volume there. Like I said, I'm grasping at straws here just to be able to create the volume, because it's just the frontal, it's just such a frontal part. No, it's because it's facing directly towards me. And maybe I can push this a little over. Yeah, and in this stage, again, I can stay here for weeks to work on this portrait. So again, you have to time yourself properly, because this is not something that, you know, again, maybe making it a little sharper right here would make him look a little more, I don't want to make him aggressive, I want him a little bit more, and you can observe this with people. I'm right now, again, I'm working with the memory of me being after surgery. My face was kind of, you could see the skeleton, you could see the skull underneath my face. And I really, I don't want to say that I enjoyed the time, but when it comes to, you know, understanding and learning the anatomy of your own body, that was a really good experience for me, because I could see all these folds here and the muscles, because I was kind of deprived from as it usually is during the surgery. You know, I was tired, I was dehydrated, and, you know, all these things. I remember that I couldn't drink water before the surgery, so it doesn't, they told me that it's so it doesn't spill. I don't really understand how it works, but that's what they told me. And then you really start to look like a what would be the word, like a raisin. Let's imply a little bit of a scratching, and I'm right now scratching through the existing because I don't want to wipe the pigment. I want the pigment to stay there. So when you look on my palette, this is more what I'm doing. Like I am scratching or hatching away, and I'm letting the, the layer underneath show through the live pigment. So it's kind of a softening that some areas. And I can, I can see that he's starting to get a little bit more of that volume that I was, desperately searching for. And again, and I have to be careful because when I do this, I lose the kind of it gets too mushy, it get too, I get too hung on the detail, hung up on the detail, and that's again, it would just, it might destroy your painting because it became a very, like a boring mushy. That's what I said before when, I didn't like the portrait. I'm gonna get a little bit more tea or warmer tea. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Right, you're back, I'm back, so we can continue. I forgot to turn off my mic, so first couple seconds I was talking to myself, and then I realized that there is no audio feed. I remember the good old days at the beginning when I used to talk for 2 hours without the audio feed, not being able to read chat because, you know, I didn't even know that there is a chat. So you have to bear with me when it comes to interacting. Yeah, you might think that that's a happy mistake, but you know, I was talking about the composition for at least, you know, hour and a half. I think that I still have it somewhere, that video. Maybe I even posted it on YouTube, not sure. Okay, so I have, and right now I feel the nose, it's slightly shorter. Let me see, let me do a quick mirror checks. No. It's just me having it's still just a little bit crooked, but that's okay. I think it has everything to do with the hair position and the ear position. So I should probably lock down ears because they kind of right now, they're not where they're supposed to be. Let me see. So maybe I could push it a little higher. Right? And then, yeah, maybe cut it here a little bit. Okay. All right, so let's look at this. Okay, this is becoming my favorite mixture very quickly, that transparent green that I forgot that I have. So this is where the ear is going to be. It's going to go here and all the way here, up. Yep. And let's push this a little bit more into the background. Maybe a little darker even. So let's add a little bit of darker value. Oops. A little bit of this. Also push it a little bit more out from here. So I'm kind of making a little better shape. Yep, it's better. This is better. Maybe even, I can push it maybe even closer. And then it's going to show here. And maybe show a little bit of here. Yeah, I think my ears were too low. there's a light area, dark area. Let me shape them a little better. Right? Maybe just a touch is just going to, like so. There's like a little, I forgot how it's called, that little, and then it's going here and in, and then perhaps out right here. Okay, let me see. Yeah, that might be better, except I have to make it a little thinner. Like so. Yep. Way better. Okay, right now the face is complete. Okay. Well, see, I'm just, I've been painting for 10 years and I still keep forgetting how important it is to a little bit more of that kind of a Greek sculpture twists to make the hair a little bit more volumetric. Okay, so I have ear on one side, I have to deal with the I need a little bit on the other side. It's just seeing myself making these mistakes over and over again. It's almost just like why can't you just like you knew that you have to put the ear there on, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm really a little redder. So the ears needs to be, they're really kind of I like to over exaggerate them, but that red, for some reason I like that when the ears are red. It's probably because mine are getting red all the time when I go outside on the sun. And maybe let's show a little bit just a touch of the top plane right here, like that little like that little plane right there. That might be too much. So let's take our Ctrl Z brush. Ctrl Z brush, that's what I said. Ctrl Z. And I'm just going to shape it a little better. Okay, and then perhaps a little darker, like the red. You know how when the light shines through the ear, like the little red accent right here. This is not necessary because I'm probably going to paint, over it with the hair. But having it there, seeing it as a unit, makes it look real. Even though it looks like elephant ears right now, that's okay. I'm okay with it. But the head was not complete, and therefore I couldn't judge it properly, the size and the shape of the head. And then again, look how low I dropped this here. Not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be here. So let's just add a little bit of more hair right here, and a little bit just this. Let's show the outside edge here, and that might be enough perhaps. Just a suggestion that there's something there that resembles ear. It might be a little too little. Right here. And then maybe a little light here. Light here. This is the shape. Okay. Okay, so this is something that was missing, and I don't even know what to say. How could I not put this there? I don't know. And see, I just opened the Rembrandt and I immediately saw, oh, Rembrandt has ears right here. Where are my ears? Okay, and I move that, and I make the nose little kind of a pointing down, just a little bit, to make it a little bit more interesting. And then could actually put the, okay. So let me take this, push it a little darker. I'm going to try to do that darker. Okay, even. We need more saturation here. I'm going to make the nose a little darker, not nose, the shadow under the nose a little darker. Just a little bit, so it brings it a little bit more towards us. And a little bit here, as the nostrils would be. Just a touch. And maybe it could be a little bit more pointy. I want to be a little bit more pointy. And then maybe put a little like imperfections here where that mustache is. Do a little Rembrandt scratching. Yeah, yeah. Way better. And I really need to slowly develop this. And it's just, for me, because the way I paint, this is the only way how I can really work this. There's like a little lighter. And then perhaps I could hit this with a little bit more of that. under the beard, under the lip, the kind of a just very slow transition, and then since the beard it's jumping out of it, then push it with a little lighter value. These are all soft edges. And then maybe push it a little darker right here, underneath. And then soften it. Yep. So it has like a little bit more of a volume, because like I said, I have to look for volume everywhere that I possibly can, where I possibly can. So these are the things that kind of, I'm trying to set up the tone for what other things needs to be developed, not exactly the same way, but very similar way. And you remember, if this is my focal point, this needs to really be developed to the point that I'm satisfied with it, so I can judge everything else against that. The better this area is going to be, the easier for me is going to be to continue with other parts. Because unless, right now I can start slowly going, okay, I locked in the head. I'm satisfied at this point with the head, so I can move and correct the neck here. So there's going to be a neckline right here. It's going to be a little bit of a transition right there. Then I'm missing, it kind of shows him without the neck, and I need to show the neck, because then he looks like this, like this. This is how he looks. And I don't want him to be like this. I want him to be like so. So, yeah, exactly. You don't need to paint with expensive pigments. I would recommend you really to get, whatever you have at home. And what if I just push like so? Because really, even though I really enjoy, and when you look at my palette, this red, the vermilion is beautiful. It's just, it makes me happy to look at it. But here's the thing: I would never be able to paint and use it, 10 years ago. And then, you remember, there's still this here, right? So I have that panel that it's a vermilion there, I believe. No, or is it? No, it's a different one. I think it's English red. In any case, so remember, this is going to be a nice portrait. I already see it there. I talked about it, right? So there's going to be a portrait there. And it might actually be portrait there next painting, bed painting Friday. Why don't we take this panel that I stand there, and I'll try to fit the portrait there. That's going to be fun, right? And you know what? If it dries out, I can actually draw portrait into it. Let's use like a charcoal. Yeah, let's use charcoal. It's like really inexpensive medium, and maybe we can draw a portrait on it if it's going to be dry. Just to prove you that how cheap I am. And that you know, it's just we have that kind of it. I don't know if it's that kind of a consumer, and I don't want to go into, you know, philosophy about the world and politics and so on and so forth. But when you think about it, it was just kind of somehow we convinced ourselves that we need expensive tools to be able to create expensive artwork. Well, that cannot be true, because there's most of us cannot even afford these pigments, you know, like and you know, even though if you can afford them, you might not be in the region where they're selling them, you know. So there's plenty of things that, where's my, oh, this is gonna work. Okay. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Yep. A little cool hatching right here. Soften that value. So when I go back, it's still there, but it's not as prominent. Okay, nice. And I have a nose, I have eyes, I have ears. Right now I have most of my things that I need. What if I'll just, you know, do a little bit of this right back here. So I'll show the head. So maybe he's, you know, he's losing a hair a little bit. Here in the background, yeah. Okay, another thing is that I have to create right now the separation. Unfortunately, my beard is going there in the same. Well, maybe I can make the beard a little lower, or uneven, maybe on one side. Yes, it's not that symmetrical. Yep, and maybe I should push this a little bit more as well. Let me see. Let me see, yeah. There's too much of eyebrow there. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, way better. Oof, couldn't even look at that. Crisis averted. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I have a buckets in the doors, in those doors behind, in that door behind me. Buckets of gold. I'm basically, you know, what's the name of that? From it's not Fruit Loops, it's like Lucky Charms. What's the name of that guy? But I think it's from like a Irish folk with a big pot of gold. So that's basically what's happening behind the door. Okay, so I'm getting a little bit more of that top plane there, but just soft. And they're starting to, you know, connect to each other, those two portraits, right? So they're getting, when I'm looking at them right now, they are from the same painting. They're treated the same way, right? So it's starting to make sense that they are together there on that journey. And also, they're a leprechaun. Yeah, you're right, leprechaun. Thank you. So I have two of them there, leprechauns. I have I have so many liters of gold there, liquid gold, that I need 2 leprechauns. That's what's up. Softening it a little bit, and then I need to soften it here because I was correcting the yep. Let's just make this softer transition right here, so it kind of dissolves into that background. So I'm scratching into a wet paint. That's something that you would see Rembrandt does it a lot. Well, that would be fun, for sure. Yeah, the only problem that I have with leprechauns is that I don't like green pigment. I'm not good with it. I can't even imagine painting something green. I'm just adding a little texture there. And softening it. Yep, nice. Just a little bit, and maybe a little bit right here. You should be careful with this because you don't want to overdo that. Then it looks weird. Yeah, so we have this figure right here. Maybe I should hit it with a little lighter value on that ear right there. But I don't know, it's just going to jump forward, or if I make it redder, it's just going to be all right. Well, I guess. It's okay. Oop. Guess it's okay. Okay, so transparent yellow. That's awesome. That's awesome. Transparent yellow. It's my recommendation would be use it not as a yellow, but use it more as think of that as think of that more as a saturation tool. That you are going to not add yellow, you are going to add a little bit more of a saturation into your pigment. Since it's transparent. Well, I don't know right now, is Indian yellow transparent or semi-transparent? Let me check, I don't remember. Indian yellow. Indian yellow. I think Indian yellow is transparent, or is it not? I think Indian yellow is transparent. It's just I use Indian yellow, and then I also use a transparent yellow, as you mentioned. And I feel like Indian yellow is extremely potent compared to transparent yellow. When I'm adding transparent yellow to even towards the blue, I don't even see the shift into blue, but somehow I see that blue is getting a little bit more like that glossiness. So it kind of feels lighter, feels brighter, more saturated. It's kind of like a weird visual. No, this is not going to work. This might, if I hit it with a little bit more of this transparent green to offset that red. Okay, and then maybe a little bit more here. Maybe a little darker. And even darker. Okay. And right now I have to correct the mouth. So they would be it's a little too much, I know, but I have to see the position from a distance. Experiments, awesome. So you're gonna play with the different pigments, and that's something that you don't, you can't really just think about it. You have to really try it, and this is why I like, sometimes switch the pigments around, because it's you never know. You never know what weird mixtures you're going to create. Okay, so I'm making this level lighter. And then, but all this is really a soft transition. So let me scratch it a little bit. And perhaps, why don't I do, I could do this. I could maybe put a little cast shadow over that lower lip. Right here. And then maybe a little bit right here. Just to, support that beard. Yep, and then I could perhaps push could push this a little bit. This area right here around to make it a little softer. So there will be a little bit more of this, yep. So it shows the hair and it shows a little bit of this. Yeah, awesome, awesome. That's great. See how, you know, how excited you are. You're back to that excitement. That's the beauty of having fun with pigment. I really, I'm glad that you venture out and just tested it on your own. That's awesome. A little bit more of that beard right here to make it a little thicker. Maybe I could push it a little bit more this way. It's definitely not me who is giving you the ideas. I'm just here experiencing the same problems and same troubles than you are. So it's a teamwork. It's a teamwork, team effort. I love to be here as well. I really do. I really enjoy these things. And by these things, I mean these streams. That's what I meant. These moments when, you know, we can just explore the possibilities of pigment. And I think I found out where the problem is with the arm. This needs to be longer and being raised here. Yup. There we go. If it was this easy, this needs to go all the way here. And then it goes down. Oh man, how are you so? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. How could I be so blind? And then this is going to be the high point here. Nice. So I can push this direction. Cool. Cool. So the hand was too cramped there. Okay. Now I see it. Now I see it. Now we'll see it. And then I need to create a little bit more like muscles here somewhere. There's some muscles here somewhere hidden. But we're getting there. I'm not sure when do we arrive, but we're getting there. this little lighter here to exaggerate it a little more. Yep. Yep. Let me connect it a little bit. Well, I'm working on the hands right now because this is something that happens, and I forgot to address it before, is that I'm trying to rest my eyes from looking at the portrait, and I'm looking all over the place not only in, and actually this is something that maybe I want you to pay attention a little bit more, and that's that when I'm looking here for a longer time, I'll just look all over my studio, and I'm searching for different colors. So I'm looking at that green tree that I have there, and then I go back and forth between that green tree and my painting. So I'm offsetting the fact that I'm looking at my painting for a long time, because then I get like that narrow vision there, which is not good. Because you're gonna get adjust to these pigments, and you start dulling them down, and you start over mixing your pigments. So you should pay attention to these things, especially when painting. And I brought also that another portrait that I was showing you. So let me see how lighter this is. So I can still go even lighter on the face without actually destroying it, right? So I don't know if it's actually, if you can see it, but yeah, it's way lighter, that portrait or sketch when I was playing with that medium. So I can still go even lighter with these figures, and I'm going to, and I'm definitely going to. But it's slowly starting to happen, and you can see that I did two touch-ups on those arms, and they're immediately better. They're immediately better. It's just a little bit more coherent, a little bit more visually. Not necessarily believable. I wouldn't call it believable, but it's standing out a little bit more. It's just I can see right now when I'm looking on the computer. I can also see that they are getting a little bit more volume. Therefore, they are standing out a little bit more from that canvas, so that that feeling of the three-dimensional objects on two-dimensional surface are a little bit more pronounced with the hands and the face right now. It's just, for some reason, it looks better on the computer than what I'm looking at. For some reason, and I think it has everything to do that the camera is trying to punch up these areas that I am afraid of. That I'm afraid of that kind of a strong contrast. No, I'm not afraid. I mean, I'm reserving that contrast to later. So I'm probably going to work a little bit more on the hands right now, because I naturally kind of get to them. But the question is that, should I work on those arms or forearms if I still did not figure it out, the position for shoulders? Or maybe I can. Or maybe could I push this a little bit more in? Wait a second. Let me do this. This is going to be, I think, gonna be stupid, but whatever. Can I do this? Well, I guess I can. The question is, should I do that? I know I shouldn't do that, but I'm doing it, so. Was this the problem the whole time? I don't think so. Could I just do this? Well, I did it, so I guess I can. And then if I have a side, so this is where the clavicle is going to be right here, and I could push the shadow right here, and I could create this like a lighter area right here, and maybe connect this with here as a shadow to get a little bit more interest there. So that will push his head towards forward, not, you know, because I'm putting the cast shadow there, kind of dividing it from there. And maybe I could push this little lighter. Let me see. Maybe I'm crazy, but. And then I could hit it here a little bit more, like a lighter area. And it's going here, the shoulder. And the back side of this. Okay. Hold your horses right now, hold your horses. It was a famous sentence of my anatomy teacher. Hold your horses. Let's see. Let's just put it like really here. And maybe push that. And maybe I could push it a little higher, so it's like a little steeper this way. Okay. And then is it you said that you used French ultramarine. Is it the one like from Natural Pigments? Because I don't know, what ultramarine do I have? I have two. I have a dark ultramarine and light ultramarine, but it's just an ultramarine. Let me see. Yeah, I have just a dark and light. And light is the one that is weaker, and it's actually a little bit more greener. And if I because if I'm not mistaken, if I remembered correctly, the French ultramarine that I used to use from Natural Pigments was greener, and then they have a more like a purple, a redder one, but I think it wasn't French. You know what I think? I still have that ultramarine somewhere here. Maybe in a different box. You just got me curious. Ooh, that's the secret pigments right here. This is the box with secrets. What is this? This is a... Oh, wow. I still have like a ceramic white here. Wow. There are some real, this is a bad box. There are some real toxic pigments right here. That's crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, I have an ultramarine blue red shade. That's the other one. And then I had French ultramarine, which was really green. And I remember I didn't know what to do with it. I don't know if I just gave it to someone. I might have. Oh wow, what is this? Man, this is, I'm sorry, I'm just a little preoccupied with like some really, really old and really toxic pigments. Oh wow. Okay, well. Phthalo blue. Where are you? French amber. I know that there was somewhere. Cobalt blue. Okay, have you ever heard about the pigments, oil colors that you can mix with water? I remember when I was, what is this? I remember when I was, oh, this used to be my favorite pigment. It was yellow ochre deep.
Michael Harding. Wow. Okay, this is a memory lane that I'm going in with this box. Shouldn't open it. Okay, all right. Now back to painting. Since I opened this, this is a this is something that I shouldn't probably show, but this is the inside of the box, and I was here practicing brush strokes. I don't know if you can see it, I believe you can right now. So, you know, I was trying to put a specific brush stroke, and I had one chance. So I was practicing it, and I was, you know, testing whether or not it's working. It's pure. I think this is like a pure cadmium red. So you can see, you know, what it is to waste a pigment, right? So you load the brush with, you know, there's a. Yeah, I have plenty of these, but I think that this was the at that time this was the only surface that was around me that I could use. So. Speaking about wasting a pigment, right, and experimenting. Yeah, golden toxic leprechaun. Yeah. Well, that's just I don't want to do these jokes, but I think that's the actual leprechaun. I think he's a golden and toxic. At least it always looked like it was portrayed like that. He doesn't seem very nice to people. I don't know. Maybe it's just my kind of a feeling about him. We do this and perhaps a little bit of that red. No, this guy. I want to go a little bit more purple. And I need to go darker. Even darker. Even darker. I just want to create, I want to show that this is actually a shadow. Oh, okay. All right. Now we're cooking. Or half tone. Maybe. And then I know that if I go here, if I warm it up later on, it's just going to give me that kind of a nice, and maybe I could do the touch of that right here. So it's just, I want to make the distinction between beard, skin in the shadow, and the shadow of a fabric. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there are good and adorable leprechauns out there. It's just, imagine if whenever someone sees you always wants that pot of gold, I would get angry and cranky pretty quickly, may I say. So I kind of understand them being not really friendly, necessarily. Get a little bit of the green into this because I think I might it's too light. Oh yeah, that's and then this needs to be a soft edge. So let's make it super soft. So I'm going to have a soft edge there. That means that you're going to read that as a, yeah, man, it's like a, why didn't I do this at the beginning? Why I always have to, I don't want to use a curse word, but why do I always F around with other stuff and don't get right into what needs to be done? I don't know. So it's going to back right here, then it's going around and go out here. So am I going to make this lighter or darker as a background? Should I push the background a little lighter? I don't know, man. I don't want to push the background lighter. I think it's okay. But maybe I need to. Maybe I have to. But that little sliver of a light right there on the neck kind of solved a lot of problems that I had. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, yeah. So I will just create a little bit of, I'm looking at the anatomy, so that's where the, is it sternocleidomastoid or cladnosternomastoid? I don't remember right now which way it's. I think it's a sternocleidomastoid. Ugh, I can't even say it anymore. But you know what I mean, it's this muscle on the neck. My anatomy teacher, if he's watching, he's just gonna get really annoyed. How come you don't know that? We were talking about the muscle like 1,000,000 times, and you had to paint it 1.5 million times, and you still don't remember how it's called. Yeah. So it's this, it's ear, maybe I push a little too high, never mind. It's the ear, and then I can make this a little darker right here. Soften it, because that's just a, yeah. And then I could maybe push the ear a little bit more. So it's here, and it's there. I'm missing the anatomy. It's kind of, it goes against me right now, and then it should be, I know, that's what I'm missing. I'm sorry, sometimes I'm just, sometimes I'm looking at the Rembrandt's paintings and like it's staring right into my face and I still don't see it. Do you have these moments? When I'm like, well, Rembrandt, hello, what am I supposed to do? And I'm looking at that, I saw it here, I have it on my, okay. It needs a little bit of transition value there. And that's why it looks so flat, because it was just it jumped from one area to another. And a little bit of that glabella, I need to put it there. And instead of making it darker, let's make it lighter. So I'm not, again, darkening it. And the problem is that, you know, the light in the studio, it's getting darker here as well. today was not as bright of a day. But yeah, it's slowly getting there. It's actually interesting to see these adjustments. This needs to be softened. And this needs to be softened as well. It's still there, but it's softer. Okay, and since I made a mistake, I mixed the purples there. Little lighter value there. I need to make a darker transition right here. Oop. It's here, and then there's that muscle that goes right here. Right, so I'm showing, instead of showing a whole neck, I'm just going to show the side of the neck, so I can create that transition. And I'm going to push it a little bit more this way, right here. So this is where it's going to be. Shown just a little light right there, which gives me, visually, it's kind of, I'm trying to connect it, softening it a little bit more. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to connect this angle visually with this right here. So I'm kind of directing you down there, and showing that his neck, it's not starting here and ending here, but it's actually starting behind and goes all the way down. And this is part of that, the fabric, the hoodie or whatever, you know, like bunching of fabric there around. I don't know if if you can see it on the camera. I think you can. I think you can. What I'm talking about. And just this needs to go darker. But the question is, how am I going to make this darker? Or should I connect it with the hair? What would Rembrandt do? What is he doing? Yeah, he's connecting it with the hair because he's a master and he knows how to do it. Of course, he's doing it. So this is going to be like a part of that fabric. So I should create a shadow there, form shadow, cast shadow, both shadows, and then maybe I could create like a, well, Rembrandt came to rescue again. It's almost silly up in here. So this is where that muscle is going to be right here. So I'm trying to show a little bit of that ribcage anatomy, not ribcage, the neck anatomy, just a little bit. And then maybe I could push it this way here. It's wrapping around, so this cannot go that high. So the light right here, it needs to go somewhere else. So, in the spirit of correcting my own mistakes. Oh, yesterday it sounded like a good idea. Okay, so I'll push it a little lower. Cool. And then maybe a little occlusion there. Maybe just a sliver of light right there. And then it goes here and here. Okay, well that might work actually. That might actually work. So, going here, here, and here. I'm thinking out loud about correcting these mistakes, and I think that this what was necessary. And you see, and I wouldn't be able to do this because I would start pushing and moving arms and hands because I identified a problem, but the solution for this problem was lying somewhere else that I thought that it is. So again, if you're taking some ideas from today, this should be the number one that, you know, I made a wrong assumption about how to fix the problem. I identified the problem correctly, but I chose the wrong solution. And I was hesitant to start moving arms and limbs left and right because I knew that there might be some other way to correct this. Okay. Yeah, I think that was the problem. And then this is correct right here. I corrected this part. And I need to bring this up again. Can I maybe hit it with a lighter value there? Well, I have to try that. I'm sorry. I really have to. There's no other option than this. This is not really that light, or no, it isn't. Okay. Maybe a little bit more saturation. But what if I push it a little bit towards the green and saturate it through that green-yellow mixture? Yeah, and I'm gonna hit it with a more saturated value, darker one. Right here. So I showed that that's part of his garment right there. That's why I needed a little bit of the lighter value there. I could actually connect it here, maybe. Let's see. But I should check my sketch so I can correct his posture. Remember with the composition analysis that I was working on, I didn't like that. Position of the head, so well, perhaps it should go this way a little bit. Yeah. Push it here a little bit. Dissolve it into the background. And it might seem that it's a little too much right now, but since it's a really kind of a thin paint, it's when it dries, it's just going to dissolve a little bit. I'm really, it makes my day that you've just found something that you like to do. See, but the stream was worth it today. These little. I'm gonna hit it a little bit with that background color, so he kind of disappears, and he I'm bringing him back and disappearing him at the same time. It's just a weird way to describe it. I don't know how to say it differently, but you know, I'm just kind of connecting him with the background a little bit more. Yeah, it's slowly happening. I just need to correct his hair right now here. I think it could be better more like this. Yep. So it has some strands of his hair a little bit, just peeking out from there. But they were too, yeah, this is way better. This is way better. And then maybe I could hit it here as well. Maybe just show the cross a little bit, like this. Just a suggestion, just a little bit of that the angle right there, which doesn't really bring your attention, but you see something, it's happening up there, that it's connecting. It might be maybe too much right here, because there is really a straight line. So let's connect it this way. So it's going this way right here. Okay, to push that side a little bit. And since this is a really a soft pigment, it's just going to, you know, it needs a little time to just, you know, dry and turn transparent. Yeah. I think it works better right now when I lighten it up a little bit. Maybe I could, yeah. And then I could create maybe some kind of a bunching right here where that pole is. So I could create a shadow cast shadow, form shadow around there. Yeah, they might actually help as well. Yeah, that might help. And it's getting really dark here. Maybe keep it a little darker here. That's that kind of a... And the reason why I want to keep it a little darker here, because I like the shape that's happening here behind. So I want to continue with that shape that is behind him. A little bit more, you know, abstract thinking right now. But like I said, it's getting dark here, so I don't know if I can continue with this painting. Can't really see anything anymore. Well, I can see shapes, but I can't see a color, a hue rather. So, yeah. So it was a good, it was a pretty good session today, I have to say. We kind of discovered a lot of things. Let me maybe push a little bit the same thing in his hair. That kind of a background. Yeah. Let me... So it would be, the hair would go this could work. And then perhaps here and here. So a little bit more of that kind of interest to create there. And these are really small, kind of difficult to see adjustments, but I'm looking at some, some different ideas, different hairstyles, so on and so forth, and maybe just a little bit here, just a little bit here. And I want to create that kind of a weird interplay between, and what if I just push it a little bit here as well, just a little bit closer this way. And it means that his hair would go that direction. On one side, I don't know, that might be a little too much. Nah, maybe not. Just giving him like a little bit more modern cut. But it's okay because I can always get back to this. Tomorrow and bring again the hair. So I shaped it from one side a little bit because I wanted to create that imperfection, that he has like the weird hair on one side, not because he's styling it, but that's how it fell naturally after, not taking care of it for a longer time. And that kind of, offsets that symmetry, because everything was symmetrical. I felt like I have a symmetrical beard, I have a symmetrical, position, it's looking towards me, everything was kind of the same. So making him a little bit more, let's add a little bit more of a detail to this guy right now, because they're kind of and I shouldn't do this because probably I'm going to repaint his face, because I wanted him to be curved a little bit, curved a little better. Yeah, I can probably push it here a little bit more. I'm not sure. So I want you to go here, this way, and then here this way. Like it's kind of a wrapping around from this side. He looks kind of like a hipster. But he's wearing it ironically. Oh, okay, I'm joking. I don't want to make fun of hipsters. So I have it pushed to that direction, and then, right, it's wrapping around. I can see his ear. Maybe I could just expose his ear fully. So let me see if that's, and then I would have that, I have a light against dark, and then dark against light on his ear. So let's pick up this pigment. Let's make it kind of a weird. Yeah. right? So I have that kind of a, I remember I talked about Rembrandt and him, when you split his paintings vertically and then horizontally, there are no similarities from one side to another. And I felt that mine, it's a little too that. And I don't want it to have it. So I kind of pushed his hair on the one side, and he looks hipsterish, but that's okay. They could be hipsters. We don't know. I wasn't there. Maybe they were, maybe they were not. Who knows? So then I can push this a little bit more at the top of the ear. It's just going to kind of, yep. That's what I was looking for, and I couldn't find it. And we did it today together. I'm pretty sure that he looks better right now. Or is it just me? Just trying to convince myself that I did something productive today and it's not another waste of time. Let's connect this a little bit. Warmth right here, because he's getting that kind of a, sunburn on his cheeks and nose. But I can't see anything anymore. It's really dark here. It's really, really dark. But you can see how that camera is compensating for the lack of light. It's just making that those yellows just pop up. They're not that vibrant, truth to be told. I mean, I can see that this is vibrant, but it's almost burning on the camera. Okay, so we have this. I should probably push. Yeah, I'm not going to do any more adjustments there, but maybe one. Maybe this one. What if I connect this way? Why wouldn't I, right? And maybe just have fun a little bit. To do different segments, to make it a little bit more, painterly than just the blocks of pigment there. And that's probably going to be it for today, because I don't think I can do anything else today, since it's really dark, and I'm just going to start destroying these things. Yeah. So we fixed the head today. I still have to work on the shoulders and the connection to arm. This foreshortening needs to really be really, really good. I don't know how to do it yet, but I'm really going to push that. Maybe change the shape a little bit of that shadow. Perhaps, yeah. Probably tomorrow I'm going to be, pushing some of the, rotating the canvas upside down, left and right, and to paint maybe sideways a little bit, just to correct these symmetries that I'm thinking. Well, you know, dreaming about cameras, seeing the same way that we see. Well, you know what's funny? I see differently than you do, so I don't know what what would be the setup for the cameras. I think that they would have to be. I think that they would have to be connected to our brain, perhaps. I don't really know, but might be. Cool idea though. I have these little, I don't like this. Anywhere else I left it? No, hopefully not. Okay. Yeah, it's really dark here. I can't see nothing. Yeah, it would be interesting. It was just, you know, it would be crazy that I would be able to see the way that you see. Oh. But then again, they would have to start. Well, first problem I think with the cameras is that a camera has only one lens, so it interprets things differently. We have two lenses, right? Well, most of us. I mean, we have two eyes, and eyes works as a lenses, so we kind of triangulate what we're looking at, rather than camera just looking straight at it. So that's like a big. Yeah, my camera right now is really, really trying to lighten up the picture, you know, because it's just, I see like how it works with the ISO and trying to push it, because I can't really see anything here anymore. It's really dark. It's really, really dark. Maybe I could push the eyebrow a little bit higher. Maybe, I don't know. Softening this. I'm pretty sure I wanted to do one more thing, and I don't remember what was it. Well, never mind, probably wasn't that important. Anyway. Yep. Okay, I think I have to stop earlier today because it's really dark. And before I go, I want to actually talk about tomorrow. Since I'm not going to be here tomorrow, I apologize in advance. There is another you know, project that I'm working on, and I have to travel to another country. It's going to take me a whole day, the round trip, but I promise to be here on Thursday and continue working. So, and then probably on Monday, I might start that commission project, the folk traditional costume. So I have a meeting with the person that has costumes, and he's going to give me some costumes. So Monday might be interesting. And then let's quickly talk about this portrait that I might be working on. So again, I'm not going to throw the paint. I'm just going to so you see me painting right now, hopefully, you know. Maybe his head could be a little bigger, so let's make his head a little bigger. And let's put some half tone, cooler pigment at the end. Yep. There might be a hair here a little bit. Soft edges. Yeah, and slowly but surely, you know, it's starting to be a portrait. Maybe this could be actually ear right here, and I could make it even bigger. Perhaps. Yeah, why not? So it's going to be like a... Maybe I could put a ladder value right here. It's not... Okay. I'm just Bob Rossing this right now. Yeah, this could be ear right here, maybe even higher. It's just maybe push it a little lower here. Maybe not. Well, we'll see. Okay, so I used a couple of pigments. This is how does it look with our, well, it's our project of not wasting pigments, or at least trying to save most of them. As you can see, I mean, there's some that I can't really use because this is really thin pigment, but not that much going to waste today. Actually, I can place this there as well, somewhere. I don't know, where would I put it? Let's put it here. Probably there's going to be eye somewhere there, so, and then maybe here a little bit. Okay, so we got it. So it might be, I'm sorry, I was just a little too, yeah, it's another 1 million euro portrait right there. I just got carried away a little bit. I'm sorry, I apologize for that, but I just wanted to prove you the concept that, you know, you can really work with waste because it's still paint, it's still pigment. It's not probably the, you know, it's not going to be the archival, but it's going to be experiment that doesn't cost anything. It's actually, you are making it out of the garbage. So I kind of, what was the name of a guy in that, you know, modern era of Rauschenberg? That was just, I think that was his name. I don't remember. He was just a guy who was going outside and collecting garbage, and then he was making installations out of the garbage. I think it was Rauschenberg. So really, it's just a little bit of a pigment that was left. So just a quick recap on Wednesday, which is tomorrow. Excuse me. Unfortunately, I won't be here because I'm traveling outside of the country. I have a meeting there with people that I'm working with on some project that I can't really talk about online. Because of that NDA that I was talking about. It's nothing serious. It's no, like, you know, it's not like any computer games or anything like that. You don't need to be worried about that. It's more like a product design that I am helping with. And that's going to be Wednesday, but Thursday I'm going to be here. We're going to continue working on this fragment. Friday, hopefully this is going to dry. And I would like to actually take maybe I can sand it down a little bit and, you know, see what's underneath, and maybe I can, you know, draw with charcoal on top of it. So, you know, it's just to show you that their possibilities are endless, and we can create some kind of a mixed media, half abstract, half realism, half oil paint, half charcoal, which I don't know. It might be cool. It might be complete waste of time, but unless I see it, unless I experience it, I will never know. So that's one of the options for Friday, or maybe we can do some digital painting if there will be a time. And then I'm going to, on Saturday, I'm going to continue with this bad boy, because on Wednesday I'm going to get the costumes, the folk costumes, and Monday perhaps, if everything goes as it's supposed to, I will be able to, because I have some idea, I have some sketches, if I would be able to lock in my head the exact position for the composition, and I'll be satisfied with it. Also the portraits and all the instruments that he uses in his work. I might start painting on Monday. Actually, not painting. Oh, perhaps painting. I might start painting on Monday the costume, and we're just going to work simultaneously on this bad boy, and then I will switch with that a portrait. We'll see how it's going to go. And I don't even know how to approach it, if I want to do it a little bit more rougher, or do I'm going to do a delicate kind of a kind of a commission portrait style. I don't know. I'll see. I would like to do like a really rough, because it's like it would be probably a little more true, even to his personality, and like the folk life was a little rougher. So maybe capturing them like in the beautiful, smooth kind of dresses, and smooth application of the paint wouldn't be genuine. So these are the things that actually let's wait till Monday, and let's maybe talk about that together, since this is a painting discourse. There might be kind of a you might have some pointers that could lead me to a right direction. So this is going to be it for today. I'm sorry that I'm finishing. Oh, actually, I'm not finishing early. I think it's yeah, I'm right on the cue, right on the money. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for participating. Actually, that's the very important thing. Thank you for struggling through your or how would I put it? Thank you for sharing with your struggles and not necessarily struggles, but maybe these, we started with that kind of a creative block, and 4 hours later we're just happy with what we do. It's just it's that the first moment you're staring at that blank canvas and you don't know what to do, and that's probably the most difficult part. I started with the abstract painting right there, and suddenly I saw a portrait. So right now we're just doing abstract portrait with the leftover paint. So if you are even worrying about wasting a lot of money for pigments and I'll even I showed you that that's that's what we do, what you think that is wasting. This is just a glimpse of, and this is really thick paint. I don't know if you can see it. This is really thick paint. So, and it's on the cardboard. You can't even do anything with it, right? I don't even know who did I stole this box from, because it's a woman's footwear collection. So don't be afraid of using even a regular 2B pencil for your sketches, because I'm pretty sure if I go outside right now on the street, I will find the pencil there somewhere laying. And for those of you who go to university or to the academy, trust me when I tell you, the most of my brushes during the academy or during the life at the academy, or during the school or atelier painting, most of my brushes I found thrown somewhere, because that's what students do. They forget them, they throw them away, and we had like that lost and found. I always brought it there into lost and found, and there was a policy: if within a half a year no one's going to come and claim these brushes, if you found them, you can just go and claim them for yourself. So I always collect all the brushes that I found when I was cleaning the studios, And most of my art supplies when it comes to charcoals and charcoal pencils and that kind of stuff, especially, you know, what was, I think that line charcoal is something that was thrown into on the floor and no one ever even paid attention to, probably most of the time. So don't be discouraged when you are in that super expensive you know, art supply store and you see these beautiful vermilions and I don't know, these, what was that blue? It was from lapis lazuli, you know, the very, very beautiful transparent blue. And these are extremely expensive pigments, or lead white. Don't worry about that. It's just it's not about the materials, it's about you know, how much you can do with them. And you see Bad Painting Fridays experiments. It's just, we painted with all kinds of surfaces. We used all kinds of surfaces, paper, you know, cardboard, digital medium as well. I'm using right now leftover pigments. So there is a chance for you to paint, there is a chance for you to work, there is always something to create with stuff that you have around you. It's just that the creative impulse, sometimes it's not there. And the more you tune into it, the more you search for it, and you're trying to tune yourself to listen to these creative moments and thoughts, it's easier it's going to get with time. Like I said, you know, usually during the day and the process of a painting, I wouldn't do this. But since there was a discussion here about, you know, the cost of the pigments and, you know, materials and, you know, cost of the time, it kind of not forced me, it kind of re-sparked that kind of a student living with, you know, instant noodles and just, you know, scattering, you know, just searching through the atelier for stuff that students were throwing away. And actually, truth to be told, Master showed me this. I remember this kind of idea. He came to studio once and he was looking around and he was like, I need to draw something. And he was looking around and nobody was ready. So he looked on the floor and he found everything on the floor. And he started to, I mean, Master, they can afford to come, you know, and buy expensive pigments and expensive materials. And he was like, no, I'm not going to waste my time unnecessarily to going to a special expensive art supply store only to get the charcoal that I can find literally on the floor, lying everywhere. So don't get discouraged with this. I know that the pigments are expensive. I know that brushes are expensive, but you know, I use household brushes most of the time. You know, if you want to, you can definitely use just a limited palette, which is with titanium white, which is really the cheapest grade that you can get. Actually, the lowest grade. You can get expensive titanium whites, but they're still going to be, you know, in that first bracket. I don't know, but every manufacturer has a different division. But you know, from A to, I don't know, F. A being the lowest grade, and not lowest grade, the cheapest pigments, and F being the highest. So titanium white is A grade, yellow ochre is A grade. There is a problem with cadmium red or vermilion, because these are like the middle, these are the C class. But you know, you can spend a little bit more for that one, and then the black, and that's it. And you know, if Rembrandt could utilize these pigments and create the beautiful paintings, so could you. And last time you saw, I showed you, you know, how I work on the paper, on the cardboard, on the, you know, MDF boards and masonite boards, or you know, what else was there? Like the canvas glued to a wooden board. So the possibilities are endless. If you know, for sake of the argument, you can just go and paint on the wall if you want to. At home, no one's stopping you to do that. Actually, I was thinking about that I have these high ceilings. Why don't I take, you know, like acrylic paint, and why don't I just paint something on the ceiling? I've never done that. It might be a cool project.
that would be a bad painting Friday. You know, it's the special edition. I'm gonna keep this for very, very, very sad days. You know, then we'll just start painting ceilings in the studio. It's actually, you know, quite funny idea. And you know what? I said it, and immediately, you know, what was the first thing that I was, not first thing, the second thought right after? Where is my ladder? And can I use it right now and touch the, you know, if I stand all the way on the top, can I touch the ceiling? I think I can. So it's there, inception. I incepted myself. It's just how it is. So I hope that you enjoyed to work alongside with me. I hope that, you know, there was this painting discourse gave you some pointers or maybe some inspiration to do something, and join the discussion next time, because, you know, there's just more information, the more experience that we can accumulate together, the better it's going to be for us. And then remember, there is no wrong ideas here. This is asylum. There are no wrong ideas. They're just only the ideas that we did not try, and we're just gonna go for them and step by step. And I'm trying to cover as much these experiments as I can as we go. But you know, this is not the last day, hopefully. So yeah, tomorrow it's a day off for me, painting. But I'm going to be traveling, just to recap, and then Friday we're going to do the portrait. Saturday we might continue on the fragment painting, or perhaps Saturday we can do little sketches for the composition for upcoming portrait commission that I have to do. And yeah, things are getting exciting, so let's enjoy it. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being part of a painting discourse, and I'll see you day after tomorrow. So take care, be safe, bye.